Hi everyone. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Gaurav. Good evening.
Hi. All right. So I hope my voice is clear. Concern me
Yes,
based on.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I
clear,
just got a
clear.
confirmation.
Yes,
Thank you.
clear.
All right. So before we start anything, if there is any question, concerns, please feel free to share.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thanks.
All right. All right. So I would like to start with my introduction. My name is Gaurav, and I'm a part of COE team in KPMG India, and I'm a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt. And I started my career with Wipro back in 2008. And since then, I have worked with a number of organizations in multiple industries. However, my functional area has always remained the same, and that is quality. During my professional journey till now, I have done around 150 high impact projects where I mentored cross functional teams. And apart from projects in lean time, I also provide training on Lean Six Sigma, and I have provided training to, I believe, 1,000 plus people in various industries like BPO, IT, e-commerce, manufacturing. So that's all about myself, and I would like to know about you all. However, due to time constraint, um, a formal introduction may not be possible, but it will be really great if you can share at least your expectation from this particular program. So you can share why you have opted for this particular program, what you want to learn, whatever expectation you have from this program, you can share that. Apart from that, you can also add your industry background, or if you have recently done any project in Lean Six Sigma, you can also talk about that. So, can we start? Who wants to start?
Yes. Can I? Am I audible?
Please. Yes, you are. You can start.
Let Let me introduce myself. My name is Balasubramani, and I'm currently working in a automobile manufacturing field. I have around 12 years of experience in quality assurance,
Mm-hmm.
and I am currently designated as a assistant manager in quality.
All right.
And I have previous experience all regarding to quality only, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
very eager to learn basics of qualities. I aware of what are the tools and techniques followed and
Mm-hmm.
DMAC procedure, but
All right.
I need a certified name to me, badge to me, so that I can move back to the next step.
All right. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
Who wants to go next?
Yeah. So can I
Sure.
come in? Yeah.
Please.
So myself, Vishwas. So I'm working for Universal Electronics. It's a product-based company. So having a total 14 years of experience in ITSM. So
Mm-hmm.
currently, I'm handling global service desk team and IT asset management and IT procurement. So since the next role would be like the manager role, so where the people management is the main thing. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the reason I opted for this.
All right. Thank you for sharing
Yeah.
it, Vishnu.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Lokesh. My name is Lokesh, and I am a general manager for hospitality in hotels. So I have around 20 and 21 years of experience, and I have worked in different segment of hotel, starting from luxuries to mid segments. Nowadays, I am with mid segment hotels, and my sole purpose of joining this course is to enhance my man management skill, because I am looking for elevating myself to a VP operation role or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the whole purpose about it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing it. Next.
Myself, Pragnesh Mehta. I'm working as DGM production in a pharma company, Tisman Pharma. I
Mm-hmm.
have 20 years experience, and I am a chemical engineer. So basically, I want to apply this Lean Six Sigma in manufacturing, where we have to minimize waste and everything. So uh, uh, that is my expectation from these schools.
All right. Thank you for sharing it.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Hello, I am Iman B. Zaman. I'm working as a maintenance engineer in a mining and metals company. I have 2 years of experience. So, as a maintenance engineer, I am already familiar with some of the concepts of quality and DMAC, and we are implementing them on our shop floor. However, I want more emphasized education on this and real more. I want to apply those skills more, and I also want a certified course. So that is why I joined this course.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you for sharing it. Dr. Neetu, do you want to go next?
Yeah, myself, Dr. Neetu. I'm an practicing emergency physician who has always worked in a high pressure environment where the time accuracy, efficient workflow is required for the patient. And I am into this Lean Sigma program because my expectation is to improve the quality standards of patient improvement. And yeah, where we can learn about the hospital leadership. And yeah, basically, it is a quality improvement.
All right. Thank you for sharing it.
Yeah.
Harsh, do you want to go next?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. And I'm Harsh Tripathi, and I'm working as a manager in Quality Assurance Wing in Rights Limited, which is a Navratna PSU. And currently, I'm doing inspection work related to electrical items. Previously, and in the Quality Assurance Wing, I have an experience of around 7 years. And before that, I've also worked in power sector for 3 years. My purpose of joining this course is just to upgrade my skills and to know more about it so that I can use this skill set which I'll gain in my own portfolio. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Harsh, for sharing it. Aradhya, do you want to go next?
I am currently studying at KJ. I'm doing MBA right now. So I'm a first year student and I'm planning to take operations next year. That's why I've taken this course.
All right. Thank you for sharing it. Next.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Punjako Jimmy. I am working as a senior manager in Tata Steel Limited, and I've been working in the industry for almost 4 years now. So my main purpose of joining this is basically how to increase the customer engagement on a full cycle of customer management, and also to reduce the lead time from production till customer satisfaction part.
All right. Thank you for sharing it, Kunjako.
Can I go now?
Sure. Yes, Swati.
Hey, hi Gaurav, hi everyone. My name is Swati, and I hold close to 12 years of experience in database development like AWS and Oracle. And my purpose of joining this currently is to, I mean, I've been a developer all my life, and I just want, I mean, even as I'm moving towards the managerial role, I just want to understand the methods of how I can, design the execution of the code and how well we can, give the deliverables to the client, and also to have a certification attested to it. So yeah, that's my expectation from this course, to learn the quality side of it. Yeah, thanks.
Abhiram? Abhiram, do you want to go next? Who wants to go next?
Hi, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I am Driven Kumar, sir, Key Assistant Manager at SVN Foods. Actually, I have 14 years experience in confectionery manufacturing, sir. I have worked on key process control, FFSC system, and continuous improvement. Basically, I learned to six basic to reduce defects, improve to effectiveness, and to support to in process production lines and processor. That's
All right. Thank you for sharing it. Anybody else who wants to share anything?
Hi, sir.
Hey.
Hi, sir. I'm Samarpita. So currently, I'm doing my MBA. I am a final year student. I have 4 years of experience in a quality analyst in Accenture. So I'm going to do this course because I want to upgrade my skill and I want to further going to prosper in my career. That's the reason I've selected this course.
All right. Thank you for sharing it, Samarpita.
Hello everyone, my name is Shivang. Currently, I am working in Foxconn Industrial Internet. We are manufacturing the Apple products in Chennai, and I already worked somewhere in IIT. I did my research from IIT Madras, and there we already applied Six Sigma principles, but like DOE and many improvement and control methods. But for industrial perspective, the things might be different. So I just want to see what will be the how we can use the tool specifically for industrial perspectives, because for research perspectives, the things will be we have to go deep dive into the things. But might be possible that for industry, like as I see Apple customers and so many Google also, we are manufacturing the parts for Google also. So they have the different requirements. They have the different challenge. We have different challenges also. So we have to make the things customized according to that. So it's basically the customer needs. I want to see that part of only. So how the business requirements are for the Six Sigma, I want to. That's why I joined this.
All right. Thank you for sharing it, Shivam. Shivank. Wants to go next?
Hi, Pragya. I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, hi. So I have got like overall 8 years of work experience. I'm currently working with CureFit as head of franchisee accounts. I basically want to learn Lean Six Sigma because I want to understand how to implement this or apply this basically around e-commerce. I have worked with two major startups across India, and I want to understand like how it will help me to enhance my career in e-commerce more.
All right. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
Wants to go next?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, I'm Abram. So I'm working as senior manager for IQVIA. So we mainly do work for pharma companies in their dossier submissions to the regulatory authorities. So the main purpose of joining this course is to improve the quality in all our processes, and also we use mostly manual trackers, and also the digital transformation part may help us in achieving that. So that is the purpose.
All right. Thank you for sharing it. Next.
Hey Gaurav, am I audible?
Hi Vaibhav, yes, you are.
Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Vaibhav. I'm currently working as an assistant manager at Indical Technologies. So we are in the operations and supply chain domain. My company is basically a manufacturing company, and we are a licensed manufacturer for Acer large appliances. The whole reason I've took up this course is just to upskill myself so that I can move into a more of a planning role going ahead.
All right. Thank you, Vaibhav, for sharing it. Next. Anybody else who wants to share anything?
Hi, am I audible?
Hi. Yes, you are.
My name is Bardhan, and I'm working in Hyundai Motors as a manager right now. I have a cumulative experience of 8 years, and right now I'm in procurement. I'm looking forward to enhance my skills in Six Sigma.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing it. Yes, Prathamesh, do you want to go next?
Yes, hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Prathamesh. I work in jewelry manufacturing industry for since 4 years, and I am doing costing things, controlling the production data, improving the process every day. So basically, why I choose the Six Sigma, because I see chaotic workflows, repeated mistakes, slow decision making. So I want to improve the processes and driven that leads to uh, give give the results with the data, proper data, not the assumptions. So that's why I joined. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prathamesh, for sharing it. Anybody else who wants to share anything?
Good evening. Am I audible?
Good evening, Amar. Yes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm Amar Jyoti Baragi, and I have 12 plus years of experience in construction infrastructure, facility management, mega event management, and electric vehicles as of now. So I'm currently working as QHSSE manager in Mosalat, which is the Public Transport Corporation of Qatar. And my purpose of learning or undergoing this course is first to add to my portfolio of other courses, and second, it is to identify scope of improvement in the workflow of fleet exceeding 2000 plus and manpower exceeding 10,000 plus. So I want to automate processes and make data driven decisions. That's my purpose here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amar, for sharing it. All right. Anybody else who wants to share anything? All right. So I believe we are good to start with today's agenda. So I believe you have received this presentation, the PDF format of presentation that I'm going to use. Can somebody please confirm if you have received it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
PDF, right?
PDF, right. All right. So the PDF is same. So whatever I'm going to use, it is already there with you. Apart from that PDF, you are going to get the access to our LMS, that is the learning portal. And in the learning portal, you will find a lot of study material. So some case studies are also there. So by Monday, I believe you will get the LMS access. And for that, I believe you have already received some communication from the course coordinator. So let's start with today's agenda. So I'm going to share my screen and then I'll explain.
Excuse me, Mr. Gaurav, just
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Actually,
Yes.
I just seen my mail, but I think I did not receive the PDF which you were telling me.
Okay, if you have not received it.
Yeah.
I haven't received this. I'm
Yeah,
checking
Gaurav,
my
even I
playlist
haven't
there.
received the PDF
All
yet.
right. So, all right. So if you have not received it, you can send a message through chat option. Send a message directly to me. You can send your email address, just the email address I want, and then I'll share that email address with the course coordinator. They will do the needful. All right, I'm going to share my screen now. So first of all, I will give you an overview of this particular program. So here we have 5 modules in this particular program, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which we are going to cover in 8 days. So today we will start with first module, introduction, and first module we will discuss, and probably these topics we'll be able to cover, right, up to voice of the customer in module 1 we will be able to cover. And during the session there will be one break that will be for 30 minutes, and we will take this break around 9 o'clock, right? Around 9 o'clock we will take a break for 30 minutes, which we will follow for every day. And since some of you talked about quality, the first topic that we are going to discuss is quality only, right? So we will start with quality. I'm going to share another screen for this discussion. So these few slides that I'm going to use for quality, these slides are not there in the presentation that you have, and whatever extra I'm using, I'll share it later on. All right, so let's talk about quality, since some of you highlighted this particular topic, quality. So before I explain anything, any thought if you want to share, what do you think quality is all about? You can share that. Anybody who wants to explain what is quality in your opinion? It may be a subjective term. For somebody, it may be something. For somebody else, it may be something else, right? So please share your thoughts.
It's like how good the process or the product.
How good the process or product are. All right.
FTR.
I mean,
Sure.
FTR means first time right.
First time right. All right.
It's about
So in my
how a product can meet the specifications or the intended use.
All right,
That can
Prajanya, you
define a
can.
quality.
All right. Thank you for sharing, Harsh. Yeah, Prajanya.
Yes. So I was saying that quality for me stands where the NPS of my end user is impacted. Like basically, I mean, it increases the NPS or the good reviews, or I mean, they're happy about my products or services. That means the quality is good for me. It's working out for me basically.
All right. All right. So NPS indicates what is the level of quality.
Right.
All right. All right. Any other thought, anyone?
So, for me, quality means the right outcome at the right time with no excess or no wastage. So, in my field, it would be that whatever troubleshooting or whatever breakdown report of the machineries we have attended, they will have a longer mean time between failure.
All right.
So that is.
All right. Thank you for sharing it. All right. So thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts on quality. So as I said, it's a subjective term, right? For somebody it may be something, for somebody else it may be something else. And a lot of quality gurus have also given their definitions on quality. But one thing that remains same in all the definitions. So whoever gives the definition, one thing remains the same, and that is comparison. Comparison between expectation of the customer and the performance of the product. So that remains same in all the definitions, right? So let's discuss the same. So expectation and performance, right? So quality will be dependent on customers' expectations and the performance against those expectations. So if we are defining quality with these terms, we can say quality is equal to performance against expectation, performance by expectation, or P by E. If we are defining quality with this equation P by E, there may be multiple scenarios, right? So in some scenario, customer may be dissatisfied, satisfied, highly satisfied, delighted. So let's discuss some scenarios. So first scenario, so if P by E is less than 1, that means performance is less than the expectation. If P by E is less than 1, customer will be dissatisfied. If the performance is less than the expectation, customer will be dissatisfied. I'll give you one example to understand it in a better way. Let's say you want to purchase a car, and your minimum expectation from this car is that it should give you mileage of 20 kilometers per liter, at least for the first 3 years. That is your minimum expectation. Now, let's say you have purchased this car and you are driving it for, let's say, 1 year. After 1 year, it is not giving you good mileage. That means performance is less than the expectation. P by E is less than 1. In this case, customer is dissatisfied. If customer is dissatisfied, if they are planning to buy another car in future, they would switch the brand. So this brand will have customer attrition. Next is P by E equal to 1. So same example, let's say you have purchased a car, same expectation. It should give mileage of 20 kilometers for the first 3 years. So let's say you are driving this car for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. For 3 years, there is good mileage. After 3 years, my mileage is not good. That means performance is equal to the expectation. P by E is equal to 1. In this case, here it is mentioned that the customer is satisfied, but in this case, customer will be just satisfied, right? In this scenario as well, there may be high attrition, right? There may be high attrition because let's say in future, if customer is getting some good option from your competitor, they will switch the brand. Right? Third scenario, let's say when you are purchasing this car, you are driving it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Still, it is giving you good mileage. And let's say the dealer has given you free extended warranty for 5 years. So these things can create a wow factor for the customer, and the customer is going to be delighted. And if the customer is delighted, that customer becomes our loyal customer. It is observed across industry that if the customer is delighted, they become our loyal customer. And it is also observed that around 80 to 85% business comes from repeat purchases, not from new customers, but from repeat purchases. And that is why it is very, very crucial to delight the customer, not just satisfy, but delight them. So in Six Sigma projects, we start with the expectations. First of all, we try to gauge the expectation of the customer, and then we try to meet those expectations or exceed those expectations. Any thought that you want to share, any input or any question, anyone? All right, now let's move forward then. Now the next question is how to achieve quality. How would you achieve quality or improve quality? Any thought? How would you improve quality?
First,
Making sure the dimensions are accurate.
Yeah, Abhiram?
Set high standards and consistently try to meet that.
Okay, first we need to set the set the standards based on the expectation, and then we need to make sure that we are meeting those standards.
Yes.
And to check we are meeting the standards, we can do quality checks, right? Inspections,
Yes.
quality checks. All right. Any other thought, anyone?
Frequent
Maybe-
feedbacks and repeated, inspections, independent inspections.
All right. Yes. Pranav?
Reducing wastage and basically errors and basically maintaining the dimensions as what we are manufacturing.
All right. So standards, dimensions should be set. All right. Next, and anybody else who wants to share anything? Iman?
I would like to I agree totally with what the points have been raised, and also assessment of already the best practices which are already going on, and to have a system in place so that those are sustainable.
All right. Harsh,
So
do you want to add anything?
Yeah, improving upon the first of all, identifying the problems which are arising in the processes, and then having evidence-based practices or implementing those so as to improve the quality.
All right. Thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts. So some of you talked about standards, meeting the standards, checking whether we are meeting the standards or not. So before the evolution of Six Sigma, we used to follow the same, right? So if back in those days, if somebody wanted to improve quality, they would say that I'm going to increase the quality checkers. I'm going to make this quality inspection process more stringent. I'm going to increase the checkpoints. So they used to do it before the evolution of Six Sigma. They used to focus on inspections to achieve quality, quality checks to achieve quality, improve quality. However, over a period of time, with the evolution of Six Sigma, Lean and Six Sigma, our focus has shifted from inspection to process control, right? Inspection to process control or prevention of the mistakes or mistake proofing, right? So this focus has shifted. There must be some reason behind it. So we are going to do one activity to understand why there has been a focus shift from inspection to prevention. Right? So for this activity, I'm going to show you one product, and this product is a paragraph. And all of us are going to act like an inspector, quality checker. And we are going to do inspection on this particular product, which is a paragraph. In this paragraph, there is an error. There is a defect or an error, and the error is alphabet F. So we need to identify what is the count of F. There is a paragraph which I'm going to show you. In that paragraph, what is the count of F you need to identify. Okay. So I'll give you 1 minute time for this activity to count. So this is the paragraph. So it starts from the necessity of training, it ends at farm management. So I'm going to share this screen again. I'll give you 1 minute time to count these Fs, alphabet F. All right. So you need to count F and your time starts now. You have 1 minute. You can send your responses in the chat. Twenty seconds remaining. All right, now let's look at the responses. All right, so 26, 32, 33, 26, 35, 33, 37, 26, 26. So you can see here, somebody is saying it is 26, somebody says 32, somebody says 37, 36. This is called variation, right? This is called variation. And there is a huge variation. Somebody says 26, somebody says 36. There is a huge variation, right? So just like in any other process, variation may be there in inspection process itself. So we cannot just rely on inspection to achieve quality because of this variation. So let's assume that there are 36 defects, and if somebody is identifying only 26, a lot of defects they are not identifying, and these defects will be passed on to the customers, and the customer will be dissatisfied. They will ask for the refund, right? So this inspection process is not a foolproof process. It's not 100% foolproof process, right? So because of this, we cannot just rely on inspection to achieve quality. There must be some other way to achieve quality, improve quality, right? So that's why there has been a focus shift from inspection to prevention, right? So whenever we design any process or design any product or redesigning any process or product, we try to mistake proof it. There is a lean tool called Pokayoke. Pokayoke is all about mistake proofing. Later on, we will have a detailed discussion on it. So let's discuss this particular part which we were discussing. Just a moment. So our focus has shifted from detecting the mistakes and correcting them. Detecting the mistake is inspection. Through inspection or quality checks, we detect the mistakes and then we do rework on those products. That is correcting the mistakes. Now the focus has shifted from this approach to this one. Now we focus on preventing the defects, preventing the mistakes through process control, through mistake proofing. Right. Any question here, anyone? No? All right. All right. Now let's have a discussion on lean transformation, right? So not only lean, in a lot of quality improvement models, in a lot of models, we start with objectives, goals. So in this particular model, so this particular model in the lean transformation model, take the organization or we represent the organization as a house. So as a house, we represent our organization, and the roof of the house is objective, goal, aspirations, right? So roof will include objectives. So every organization would have its vision statement, mission statement, business objectives, goals. Goals may be short-term goal, long-term goal. So roof indicates the objectives, goals, and aspirations. And vision statement is aspirational only, right? Vision and mission both are going to be aspirational goals, or vision, right? Vision is in a long term where we want to be, right? That is vision. So that is aspirational. So roof is the objective or the goals or aspirations, and this roof sits on pillars, right? So pillars are processes and the capabilities. These are the pillars. So without the processes and capabilities, we cannot place this roof, right? Roof will be placed, or it will sit on pillars, processes, and capabilities. So uh, that's why we have to work at process level, right? We have to build capabilities in our processes, and that happens with our management system and behaviors. At the base, we have mindset. Mindset, or you can call it culture of the organization, right? Mindset or the culture is the foundation. Without the foundation, we cannot build this house. So no matter how good your processes are, how good your capabilities are, or what are your goals or objectives, if the culture does not support continuous improvement, if mindset is not that, we cannot build this transformation house, lean transformation house, right? So these are the things that we are going to discuss in detail, right? So processes, capabilities, mindset, objectives. So these we are going to discuss in detail, right? This is just a high level overview. Now let's move forward. So as we discussed, Lean, Six Sigma, these evolved over a period of time. So whatever tools, techniques we use nowadays, those tools and techniques have been conceptualized by different people, different quality gurus. Let's discuss some of those quality gurus and their contribution. During your project, you would not need to know who conceptualized what, but from assessment point of view, you may want to just keep in mind, because for the certification, some assessment is going to happen, and in your assessment, there may be certain questions with regards to quality gurus. Few questions may be there with regards to quality gurus and their contribution. So let's discuss few of them. So first one is Dr. Walter Shewhart. So Dr. Walter Shewhart is known for the introduction of SPC. SPC stands for Statistical Process Control. So we use SPC to control our processes. Under SPC, there are a number of control charts that we will discuss further in detail. So it was conceptualized by Dr. Walter Shewhart. So today there is a lot of theory, right? Because I have to set the context. So bear with me. Today we have a lot of theory. Tomorrow we will do some exercises as well. And today as well, later on, we will do some exercises. So another contribution of Walter Shewhart is this PDCA cycle. Most of you must be already familiar with PDCA, which is used for continuous improvement. PDCA stands for plan, do, check, act. So this cycle we have to continuously follow to continuously improve or evolve our processes. And it was conceptualized by Dr. Walter Shewhart. Next quality guru here is Dr. W. Edward Deming. So Deming is a very, very famous or prestigious name in the field of quality. There is a prestigious award as well after this name, Deming Award, which is given in the field of quality. And Deming made a very, very significant contribution in the upliftment of Japan's economy after World War II. And Deming also refined the work of Walter Shewhart. Walter Shewhart came up with PDCA cycle. What Deming did, he further fine-tuned it and he came up with PDSA cycle. PDSA is a refined version of PDCA. Here, Deming suggests that it should not be just checking, right? It should be a thorough study. Thorough study is what are the causes, what are the root causes, and then we have to work on prevention as well. So we need to study what kind of prevention we can do. So it's a refined version of PDCA, and it was conceptualized by Dr. Edward Deming, W. Edward Deming. Next quality guru here is Dr. Joseph M. Juran. So Juran is known for the introduction of this Pareto principle in the field of quality management. However, this Pareto principle or 80-20 rule was not conceptualized by Joseph M. Juran. It was conceptualized by Wilfredo Pareto. Right? So it was conceptualized by Wilfredo Pareto, but in the field of quality management, with respect to cause and effect, it was first used by Joseph M. Juran. So Joseph M. Juran says 80% of the effect is because of 20% of the causes. Right? So we don't have to fix all the causes. We need to just prioritize. We need to fix only top 20% causes that will give us significant improvement in our output. Right? So this is the contribution of these quality gurus. Let's move forward. Next one is Dr. Koru Ishikawa. So Dr. Koru Ishikawa conceptualized cause and effect diagram. Cause and effect diagram is one of the 7 quality tools, QC tools, and it was conceptualized by Dr. Koru Ishikawa. So this cause and effect diagram or fishbone diagram is also known as Ishikawa diagram because it was conceptualized by Ishikawa, and it is used to identify high level causes for some effect. Effect is the problem. For any problem, if we want to identify the causes, we can use this cause and effect diagram. Later on, we will have a detailed discussion on cause and effect analysis. Next quality guru here is Philip B. Crosby. So Philip B. Crosby is known for his 4 absolutes. He gave his 4 absolutes. So these are his 4 absolutes. And these absolutes are nothing but his definitions on quality. Philip B. Crosby defined quality with his 4 absolutes. So first absolute says quality means conformance to the requirement. So whatever is the requirement, we need to just fulfill that requirement. That is conformance. For example, let's say customer says the length of this product should be 10 centimeter. So when we are producing our products, if lengths are exactly equal to 10 centimeter, that means we are conforming to the requirement. Conformance is compliance, right? So if we are meeting the requirement, that is conformance to the requirement. As per Philip B. Crosby, this is quality when we are meeting the standards. Second absolute says quality comes from prevention. So previously we discussed that it does not come from identifying the mistakes and correcting them. It comes from preventing the mistakes. So that is quality as per Philip B. Crosby. Third absolute says quality performance standard is 0 defect. So as per Crosby, there should be 0 defects. However, 0 defect state is possible only through prevention. If we can do mistake proofing, then only there will be 0 defects, right? 0 defect state is only possible when we are doing mistake proofing. I'll give you one example for this. Let's say in your computer, if you are trying to put, let's say HDMI cable in USB port, will you be able to make this mistake? You can't insert HDMI port in USB port, right? So that's a mistake proofing they have done. right? You cannot put USB port in, let's say, VGA port. That's a mistake proofing. So zero defects state is possible only through mistake proofing.
So
Without mistake proofing, it is not possible. Yes.
I have a doubt.
Yes.
So is zero defects really possible considering the tolerances we have in the processes?
All right. So tolerance are just tolerance. It does not mean that we have to have that variation in the process.
Okay.
Right. So it is the tolerance from the client. Client says this much variation I can tolerate, I can accept it, but it is not mandatory to make that variation.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Understood.
Now, fourth absolute says quality measurement is the price of non-conformance. Non-conformance is deviation from the standard. So same example, let's say customer says length of this product should be 10 centimeter, but when we are producing these products, lengths are not exactly equal to 10 centimeter. So that is deviation. That is non-conformance or non-compliance. So it says quality measurement is the price of non-conformance. So whatever quality measurement we do, that is inspection, right? We measure the quality through inspections or quality checks. And obviously, we will have to pay to our quality checkers, right? There will be some price for every quality measurement. For every quality check, there will be some price. We will incur some cost. And we incur that cost because of possibility of non-conformance. If your process is mistake proof, will you do inspection?
Not required.
Not required, right? For certain step. For certain step, you will be able to mistake proof it. Certain step may not be mistake proof, right? Some part of the process may be mistake proof. You can do the mistake proofing for some part you cannot do mistake proofing. So for the part which is mistake proof, for that part you don't have to do quality check, and the part for which you have not done the mistake proofing, for that you need to do quality inspections, checking, quality measurement, right? So quality measurement is the price of non-conformance. If there is a possibility of non-conformance, you will have to do you will have to do quality checking, right? Quality inspections you will have to do. I'll give you one example for this. Give me a moment. I'll share another screen for the example. All right. So now let's say in your organization, you have created one Excel based form and you are sending this form to all the employees, and your employees need to fill in the details. Let's say in this form, there are certain some parameters, some details are there. Let's say your employees need to fill in their name, date of joining, date of birth, let's say phone number, email, address, let's say Aadhaar number. Let's say for date of birth. For date of birth, somebody, when they are putting their details, they say date of birth is 17th September 1986. Right. Somebody says date of birth is 17/09/1986. So probably in India, they would follow this format, DDMMYY. If somebody is in the US, they would write it as 09/17/86 or 1986. If somebody is in China, they would follow YYMMDD format, let's say 1986 09 then 17. Now let's say when you are consolidating the report, when you are consolidating it, it will lead to errors, right? So if there is a variation in the process, that will lead to errors, right? You can take date as month, month as date, if there are multiple formats, right? So this will lead to errors. Can we mistake proof it? How will you mistake proof it?
Yes, we can do the formatting before sending the sheets to the people.
Correct. Data validation can also be used, right?
Yeah, correct.
Data validation can be used, or you can enter calendar, right? So from the
Right.
calendar, they need to select specific date, or you can create a drop down. From the drop down, they need to select a date, right? So through different methods, you can do mistake proofing, right? Now, let's say when you are designing this form, you have done mistake proofing for date of birth. However, for name, let's say somebody, when they are writing their name, so let's say somebody is writing their name as Gaurav, somebody else writes their name as Gourav. Right? Now, we cannot say that one spelling is incorrect or correct, right? Both may be correct, both may be incorrect. So let's assume that for date of birth, we have done mistake proofing. For name, we cannot do mistake proofing. So for the part which is mistake proof, for that part, we don't have to do inspections. But the part where mistake proofing is not possible, for that part, we can do quality checks, right? We can do the cross verification. We can do the quality checks, right? So like this in our processes as well, everything cannot be mistake proof. Some steps we can mistake proof them. On the other hand, some steps cannot be mistake proof. So the part which cannot be mistake proof, for that part we have to do inspection. I'm not saying that inspection should not be done, but it should be done only for the parts, only for the steps that are not mistake proof. First priority is mistake proofing, prevention. If prevention is not possible, then we can think of quality checks, inspections. Any thought, anyone? All right, so these are four absolutes given by Philip B. Crosby. And the fourth one, quality measurement, is the price of non-conformance. It is also known as cost of poor quality. So COPQ, you will not find COPQ in your presentation that you have because it is not a part of this curriculum. However, this one is relevant to this discussion, that's why I have added it here. So COPQ stands for cost of poor quality. So whenever quality is not 100%, we incur some cost. And that is called as cost of poor quality. Cost of poor quality is actual cost minus ideal cost. So that difference is called cost of poor quality. Actual cost minus ideal cost. That is called cost of poor quality. And there are four different types of cost of poor quality. First one is prevention cost. So if you are not 100% sure that the quality is 100%, in that case, first of all, your priority will be mistake proofing. So whatever cost you incur while doing mistake proofing, that is called prevention cost. I'll give you some example for this. Let's say in a call center, to avoid any escalation from the client, we are providing soft skills training to our agents. So that is prevention cost, right? So we are preventing any dissatisfied customer. That is prevention cost. Next is appraisal cost. Appraisal cost is cost for testing, quality inspections, checking. That is called appraisal cost. So as I said, everything cannot be mistake proof. We cannot prevent each and every defect. So if prevention is not possible, we have to invest in appraisal, right? So this is called appraisal cost. We are doing testing, inspections. If we do not invest in prevention and appraisal, what happens? We are not preventing the mistakes and we are not doing inspections as well. So if there are defective products and we are not doing inspection, those defective products will be sent to the customer and customer will be dissatisfied. That's a failure. So if we do not invest in prevention and appraisal, there will be a failure, and failures are of two types: internal failure and external failure. Internal failure is where our organization is suffering, we are suffering. For example, our cost of production is very high, our rework percentage is very high. That is internal failure. If only we are suffering in our organization. If customer is also suffering, if customer is getting impacted, if client is getting impacted, if some third party is getting impacted, if environment is getting impacted, that is external failure. Let's say our carbon emission is very high, so environment is getting impacted, that is external failure. Or let's say we are getting some penalty being exposed by some regulatory authority. Let's say DGCA is imposing some penalty on Air India. That is external failure, right? So these are called cost of poor quality. Prevention cost and appraisal cost, we should invest in these costs to avoid any failure. As our first priority should be prevention, second priority should be appraisal. If prevention is not possible, then we need to invest in appraisal to avoid any failure. And across industries, it is observed that in any failure, it is observed that prevention and appraisal is just a fraction of the failure cost. In most of the scenarios, you will observe that prevention and appraisal put together are just a fraction of the failure cost. Right. I'll show you one video regarding the same. In this video, there are three cases of failure. In all three cases, you would observe that prevention and appraisal costs put together were just a fraction of the failure cost. I'm going to play this video for you, and then we will have a discussion on it. It will take just 1 minute. I'll check the link for this video. All right, so I have found the link. I'm just going to play this for you.
One of the most important ways.
All right, so let's watch this video and then we will discuss.
One of the most important ways to realize our vision of becoming the power base for sustainable growth and development is to embrace, integrate, and entrench quality in all phases of our project lifecycle.
Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%. Challenger, go with throttle up. Looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction.
and I are dame to the core with the tragedy of the Shuttle Challenger. This is truly a national loss.
I am deeply sorry for any accident that Toyota drivers have experienced.
They potentially had the best answers, so I know whose ass to kick.
All right. So in all these three cases, you must have seen that prevention and appraisal, these costs were just a fraction of the failure, right? So it is observed across industries. So our first priority should be prevention. If prevention is not possible, then we need to invest in appraisal cost. Appraisal is testing, verification, inspection. That is appraisal. Any thought that you want to share, anyone? All right, now let's move forward then. Again, I'm going to share my screen. Now we are going to talk about history of Six Sigma. So I believe most of you must be already familiar that Six Sigma was first conceptualized and implemented in Motorola. It came from Motorola. So back in those days in Motorola, they were getting a lot of after sales complaints. So a lot of customers were complaining about issues with the communication devices. So during one of the top level meetings, one of their executives named as Art Sundry, he made one statement. So Art Sundry says, the real problem at Motorola is that our quality stinks. And he was talking about the after sales complaints they were receiving. At that point of time, Bill Smith was working there as an industrial engineer with Motorola. And Bill Smith helped Motorola in conceptualizing and implementing Six Sigma in their manufacturing vertical. So first of all, Six Sigma was implemented in manufacturing. And that is why still a lot of people think it is manufacturing specific. But actually it can be implemented anywhere, right? Six Sigma can be implemented anywhere, irrespective of industry. It can be implemented in healthcare, retail, banking, accounting, right? Everywhere it can be implemented because Six Sigma is process specific. It is not industry specific. Anywhere it can be implemented. In any department, it can be implemented. With regards to Six Sigma, there are a lot of misconceptions, right? We will discuss some misconceptions as well. So first of all, it was implemented in manufacturing in Motorola. Initially, Motorola took target to improve their quality by 10 times. And when they saw that there was huge scope of improvement, they increased the target. And within few years, they were able to achieve Six Sigma level. If the process is running at Six Sigma level, we can say that there will be only 3.4 defects in 1 million opportunities. In other words, you can also say if we produce 10 lakhs or 1 million products, only 3.4 products are going to be defectives if the process is running at Six Sigma level. So Sigma level is a kind of assurance or commitment that you can give to your client. You can tell your client that if I give you 10 lakh products, 1 million products, only up to 3.4 will be defectives. The rest will be okay. That's a kind of assurance you can give to your client, right? So Sigma level is the measurement of process capability, right? So you can tell your process is very, very capable if the process is running at Six Sigma level. So later on, I will also explain how to calculate Sigma level or how to calculate DPMO or PPM during third or fourth day. We will discuss about it, the calculation part. So Six Sigma process will have these many defects only, up to these many, up to 3.4, not more than that. Another misconception, before that, let me ask you one question. So what do you think in Six Sigma projects, do we have to achieve Six Sigma level? What is your thought? Do we have to achieve only Six Sigma level in Six Sigma projects?
I think not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
I mean, there would be some percentage of process improvement you have to achieve, not entirely.
All right. That is true. Correct. Your target may be different than Six Sigma level. Right. Let's say your current Sigma level is 0 Sigma and you want to close your project in 3 months. So it may not be possible to achieve Six Sigma from 0, right, within 3 months. So your target for Sigma level may be something else as well. It may not be exactly equal to Six Sigma. Target may be less than Six Sigma. Target may be greater than Six Sigma as well. So Six Sigma became a standard just because Motorola was able to achieve it. But for your process, benchmark may be a different value. It may be different Sigma level, right? So it's a misconception that for every project we have to achieve Six Sigma level only, right? Target may be different. Another misconception, some people say that certain industry runs at more than Six Sigma level. For aviation industry, people say aviation industry runs at more than Six Sigma level. Healthcare industry runs at more than Six Sigma level. What do you guys think? Does aviation industry run at more than Six Sigma level?
Yes.
The entire industry?
No, mostly the manufacturers, Boeing, Airbus, they have to achieve quality in every aircraft because they can't play with safety. They
All
can't
right.
afford the defects.
All right.
It's very capital
For certain
intensive.
processes, their sigma level may be more than 6. Right. I'll talk about some specific processes, like let's say landing process, takeoff process in aviation, right? So those processes are very, very critical processes, right? Landing process is very critical. So probably for landing process, they may be running at more than 6 sigma level. However, what about, let's say, scheduling process? Everyday flights are delayed, right? So delays are defects, right? Errors. These are errors, and there are too many errors. A lot of flights are delayed every day. That means for scheduling processes, they may not be running at 6 sigma level, right? So as I said, sigma level is process specific. It is not industry specific. It is not organization specific. It is process specific. It is a measurement parameter for process capability. So whenever we say 6 sigma level, it will be for certain process, not for the industry. And within one industry, there may be thousands of processes, and different processes may be running at different sigma level. Based on the criticality of the process, you will decide what should be the benchmark, what should be the target for sigma level. I'll give you some hypothetical example here. Let's say you are traveling from Delhi to Dubai, and when you board the flight, pilot makes an announcement, the usual announcement that we'll be reaching Dubai in these many hours, we will go to this much height. At the end of that announcement, the pilot says there is 99% chance that we'll be landing safe in Dubai. 99% chance of safe landing. Will you be worried about 1% chance of error?
Yes, sure, sir.
Yes.
Sure, right? Because it is very, very critical process. Everybody will be concerned about just 1% chance of error. Now, let's say everything goes well, landing is done safely. Now, same pilot makes another announcement that you will get your luggage at belt number 3. At the end, he says, there is 95% chance that you will get your luggage within 20 minutes, else it may take up to 40 minutes. So error percentage has increased now, 5%. Still, people will not be that much worried like before, right? Because they may have to wait for another 15 or 20 minutes, but they will get their luggage, right? They are not there. I mean, they are not that concerned. So different processes will have different criticality levels. Based on the criticality, we decide what should be the benchmark, what should be the target for sigma level for certain process, right? So it is process specific. Any question here? I hope it is clear. All right, now let's move forward. So for their contribution towards quality, Motorola won MBN QA Award, Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award, which is a very, very prestigious award in the field of quality. It is given. Just like Deming Award, there is this award, MBN QA. So it was beginning of a new era in Motorola, and Motorola improved quality. At the same time, they lowered production cost and lowered the production time as well. Generally, it is considered that when we improve quality, cost is increased. But actually, it does not happen, because it is not just the quality of the product or services, it is the quality of our processes as well. And whenever we work on quality of the processes, we will focus on variation and wastages. We will try to reduce variation and wastages. And whenever we reduce variation and wastages, production cost is decreased. Production time is also decreased when we reduce wastages, right? And Motorola focused on how the product was designed and made. So as we discussed earlier, in Six Sigma projects, we start with expectation of the customer. So Motorola also did the same thing. They gauged the expectation of the customers. Based on those expectations, they redesigned their communication devices, right? So they focused on how the product was designed and made. Now, when Motorola was getting benefited out of this new methodology, Six Sigma, other organizations also observed it, right? They got to know about it. Other organizations also started following it. And GE is one of the early adopters. But one thing that GE did differently was that they did not implement Six Sigma only in manufacturing. They implemented it in all the verticals. Even in service, they implemented it. And nowadays, we can implement it in any vertical, any department, whether it is customer service, HR, finance, accounting, everywhere we can implement it. Any question here?
No.
All right. So as we
Sir,
were discussing, yes.
can you give an example of implementing Six Sigma in the service sector? Any kind of example like that?
Okay. In service sector. All right. In service sector, if I talk about my experience in service sector, I have done projects for escalation reduction. So I did a project back in 2012, I believe, for HP, Hewlett Packard, that was to reduce escalation in call centers. So escalation is where customer says, get me your supervisor, right? I want to talk to your manager. So that is called escalation. So I did a project to reduce that escalation percentage. Then I did some projects to improve CSAT percentage. I did some projects to reduce AHT, average handling time in call centers, ticket closure uh, uh, rate, right? TAT for the ticket closure, I reduced through some projects in customer service. Then number of callbacks we reduced through some projects. Right? So in call centers as well nowadays they use it very rigorously, right? Example can be, let's say, Bank of America, right? So they're also one of the early adopters of Six Sigma, right? Just like GE. So in Genpact, right, Genpact is a subsidiary of GE, right? So they also implement Six Sigma. They take it very, very seriously in Genpact, right? So for internal promotions as well, they have made it necessary, right? That somebody who is going for the promotions as a manager, they need to be Six Sigma certified. Any further question, anyone? All right. So not only in service, as I said, Six Sigma is process specific. It is not industry or department specific. In any department, in any industry, processes will be there, right? In any industry, processes will be there. And as long as processes are there, what do you think? Variation is bound to happen, right? Variation will be there. In any process, variation is going to happen. Wastages are going to happen. And we can target variation with Six Sigma. And we can reduce wastages through lean, right? So in any industry, we can implement lean and Six Sigma. Now let's move forward. So as we discussed, Six Sigma is a measurement of process capability. So it is used as a measurement. So there are multiple meanings of Sigma. It's a metric or a measurement system. So it can measure the process capability. Sigma also denotes standard deviation. Standard deviation is a measurement of process variation, right? So variation in the process is measured through standard deviation. It's a measurement parameter. Then another meaning of Sigma will be methodology that we use. So in Six Sigma projects, we don't have to think what to do next. Everything is predefined. So there are standard steps that we have to follow. And these are called methodologies of Six Sigma, right? So there are two methodologies, DMAIC, DMAIC, and DMADV. So these two methodologies I will explain later on. So we have to follow these steps. These are actually steps. So DMAC stands for define, measure, analyze, improve, control. So there are steps that are predefined. We have to follow just the predefined steps to complete our Six Sigma project. That is called methodology or the roadmap. Next meaning is management philosophy. As a management philosophy, Six Sigma talks about following outside in approach. That means we have to use customer's lens, right? We have to evaluate our processes or products as a customer. So we have to put ourselves in customer shoes and think like a customer whenever we are looking at our processes. It also talks about continuous improvement. And it says the management philosophy of Six Sigma says the quality should be embedded in the daily work. It should be embedded in the culture. It is not just one-time task. Six Sigma is not just one-time project, one-time task. It should be embedded. Quality should be embedded in the culture. So that is management philosophy of Six Sigma. So as we were talking about the methodology, let's have a detailed discussion on DMAC and DMA-DV methodologies. So under Six Sigma, here you can see we have two methods, DMA-DV and DMAIC. So DMAC stands for define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. On the other hand, DMADV stands for define, measure, analyze, design, and verify. Now the question may be, which methodology are we going to use in our projects? So the selection of methodology will depend upon this question. Right? So this question will help you decide which methodology is appropriate for you. So we need to ask this question. Does the process exist? I'll give you some scenario. If in case in your organization, your processes are already standardized, you already have your SOPs in place, and you want to improve on certain KPI, let's say you want to reduce turnaround time. Your SOPs are already there and you want to reduce turnaround time. So your process is already existing. SOPs are already existing. So you would want to just redesign your processes. For that, you will use DMAC methodology. If your processes are already existing, you will choose DMAC methodology, which is used for process reengineering. If processes are not existing, right? If you don't have SOPs in place, if your processes are not standardized and you are creating your new processes, let's say you are working in a startup and you are designing your vendor evaluation process. So how to evaluate your vendors, you are designing this process. So if your process does not exist, you will follow DMADV approach, which is define, measure, analyze, design. We are designing a new process and then verify. And DMAC is a part of Green Belt curriculum. DMADV is a part of Black Belt curriculum. So in our program, we are going to discuss DMAC only. And in most of the projects, in improvement projects, DMAC is followed because in any case, in most of the cases, you would have your processes in place, SOPs in place. So in most of the cases, as a green belt, you will be following DMAC methodology. Right? Any question here? Right, if there are no questions, let's move forward then. All right, so here we have a typical table, high level table that we can use to identify the sigma level for our processes. But this is just a high level
Hey,
table.
Gaurav, sorry to interrupt you. This is Swati. Can you once again tell about how to choose between the DMAIC and DMADV, like in a single liner?
Sure. So in case you are designing a process or designing a product, In that case, you will use DMADV. If your processes are already in place, your product is already designed, and you are redesigning, you want to improve on certain KPI. Let's say in your organization, you want to improve accuracy percentage. So in that case, you will follow DMAC. You are not designing a new process, you are just improving. For the improvement, DMAC is used. For creation, designing, DMADV is used.
Got it. Thanks.
All right. So it's a typical table that we can refer to determine the sigma level. However, this is just a high level table. Detailed table is already there in your presentation that you already have. And later on, we will discuss it in detail. So here you can see for different sigma level, different DPMOs are given. DPMO stands for defects per million opportunities. So whenever we do inspections, no, so when we do inspection, we identify some defects. Based on number of defects, we can tell what is the current sigma level of our process. Right? So sigma level is calculated based on DPMO or PPM, parts per million. And later on, we will have a detailed discussion as how to calculate it. Right? So we will discuss it later. During measure phase, we will discuss it. All right, now let's have a detailed discussion on these phases in DMAC approach. So as I said, DMAC is a part of Greenbelt curriculum. So let's have a discussion on these phases. So first one is define. So in define phase, we have to obviously define our project. First of all, what would you define in your project?
The requirements.
Requirement, all right. Anything else?
What is the
expectations?
Expectations, all right. Anything else?
What is the problem we are trying to solve?
Problem, correct. So all the projects are done to solve some problem, right? All the projects. So if there is a problem, we will do a project to solve some problem. And this problem may be a real problem at hand, right? Current problem. Or this problem may be a potential problem that we may face in future if we don't do anything. So either there will be current problem or future problem, right? Some people call it opportunity. So either there will be problem or opportunity. So first of all, we need to define what is the problem we are going to solve. So that should be defined. For every problem, there must be some KPI as well, some parameter you would want to improve on. Let's say turnaround time is high. That is our problem. And the KPI, the parameter that we want to improve on is turnaround time. So you will also define what is the parameter that you are going to improve on. So in define phase, we need to define the problem. We need to define the parameter. We need to define the goals as well, right? So what should be the turnaround time? So goals are also defined. Then you can also define your team. Timelines can be defined. Scope can be defined. So in define phase, we need to define the entire project. Next is measure phase. So whatever parameter you select, let's say it is turnaround time. So in measure phase, you need to measure what is the current performance for that parameter. Let's say what is the current turnaround time. So in measure phase, we need to measure the current performance for the selected parameter, which is also known as baseline. We need to measure the baseline. After you measure the current performance, you can start with your analyze phase. In analyze phase, we identify what are the causes for the problem. So turnaround time is high. That is our problem. Now in analyze phase, we have to identify why the turnaround time is high. So we would do cause and effect analysis, and we would try to understand what are the causes. Let's say one of the causes is waiting time is very high. That's why turnaround time is high. Right? So like this, we have to identify the causes in analyze phase, and we need to validate those causes with the help of data in analyze phase. After we identify the causes and we validate those causes, we can design some solution to fix those causes. And that phase is called as improve phase. In improve phase, we have to fix the causes. We have to design some solutions to fix our causes. And probably by the end of the improve phase, you would get your goals. Then you would go for your review. Let's say during the review with your top management says that it's fine that you have achieved your goal for this month, but show me that you can sustain the improvement for the next 3 months. So for the next 3 months, you would follow control phase. During control phase, you would want to control your processes so that you can consistently achieve your targets, right? So control is done to sustain the improvement. So these are 5 phases that we are going to discuss in detail. In every phase, there are certain objectives, deliverables, certain tools are there for every phase. So we will discuss these tools in detail. Any question here?
There is one concern that I have. Like, we would define the problem that is understandable, and then we will measure it. Suppose that is something like we cannot measure something, then how will we proceed? Like, if, for example, if we have a process department in which people are working, and because of the dissatisfaction, they are leaving the company very frequently. The new people are coming in and old are going, and because of that, a lot of training is happening, a lot of onboarding is happening, a lot of cost is being invested, and people leaving suddenly, so that is the process not working fine. So how will you measure that the dissatisfaction or something else, and what exactly do we have to measure in this case? So that is my question.
All right. So in some cases, you would have your data for the measurement readily available. In some cases, data may not be available. So you will have to generate data. You will have to collect the data. For satisfaction level, what do we do? We do some survey. Employee surveys are done to gauge the expectation. NPS score, right? Net promoter scores can be calculated. So we need to collect our data. We can do a survey to collect our data, right? So later on, we will discuss about the same.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So whenever we do any Six Sigma project, our projects are not going to be individual tasks. Obviously, we will need a team. So let's discuss what should be the team structure, who all may be there in our projects. Let's discuss those. So first one is Apex Council. So these are the key stakeholders in any Six Sigma project. First one is Apex Council. So from the name, it is clear it's a council. It is not individual. So in Apex Council, people from the top management are recommended, right? You should keep your top management people, let's say CXO level executives, not always actually CXO level. It may be somebody from the higher authority. It may be sometimes top management, depending upon the scope of your project. You can decide, right, whether it should be some senior manager, VP, AVP, or CEO, COO, any CXO level executive. I'll give you some example. So let's say you are doing a project for Amazon. So it is not mandatory that you should have Jeff Bezos in your team, right? In your Apex Council, but he may be there in some projects, depending upon the scope, right? So in your Apex Council, you may have people from the CXO level or people from the higher level in your organization. And these people will be accountable, right? They will not be responsible for the project results. They will be accountable. That means they don't have to achieve the goals for the project, but they will make sure that responsible people are achieving their goals. During your project, if you need any help with regards to goal setting, you can get in touch with the Apex Council to set SMART goals. Right? So you will discuss with them that what should be the goals. Right? So they will help you out in goal setting. They can also help you out in conflict management. So a lot of times in Six Sigma projects, there may be conflicts between, let's say, different departments. Let's say there is a conflict between production and quality, right? So you can get in touch with the Apex Council for conflict resolution. Next is champion or sponsor. So from the name, it is clear this is somebody who is sponsoring your project. So for your project, obviously, you will need some budget. And for the budget approval, you would need some approver, right? Sponsor, right? So this person may be from the senior management. It may be some VP, AVP, senior manager, right? So champion or sponsor is somebody who is sponsoring our project, who is giving us the resources. And since they are the champions of their processes, if you need any process expertise, if you need any advice on the processes, you can get in touch with the champion or the sponsor. Next is process owner. So generally process owners will be the HODs, functional heads, head of the departments. So somebody who owns the process, let's say HOD in production, HOD in quality, they own their processes. Right? In any project, as a project lead, you will not be able to implement everything by your own, right? You cannot just uh, step into the production floor and then ask everybody to do something for you, right? You will have to involve the HOD, right? HOD in production, right? So process owners are going to be HODs, functional heads, and these people will be responsible for the implementation. So whatever solution you want to implement, you will take help from process owners. They will be responsible for the implementation of your solution. After the implementation, they will also be responsible to achieve the goals. After you achieve your goals, they will also be responsible to sustain the improvement. It is not just one-time task. You would want the improvement to sustain. And process owners will be responsible to sustain the improvement. Now, the next one is master black belt. Any question till now?
Could
All
the
right.
process owner and the champion be the same person in some cases?
It may happen. It may also happen that sometimes process owner may also be in the apex council. It may happen. So depending upon the hierarchy that is being followed in your organization, it may happen. Sometimes your process owner may be a master black belt. Let's say HOD in production or HOD in quality is master black belt certified. Right? So it may happen. So next is master black belt. Any further question? Anyone?
For the implementation of Six Sigma, does it need to be always as come as an initiative? Because many times in our organizations we hear we have to do some process improvements, process excellence and all, but Six Sigma itself must come as a separate initiative, or how this works actually?
Okay. So for Six Sigma projects, uh, it should be a separate initiative because you would need additional budget. Additional resources will be needed for your Six Sigma project in most of the cases. So it's a separate initiative.
Okay.
All right. Now the next stakeholder here is master black belt. So master black belt plays the role of a mentor. So master black belt can coach and counsel people. They can mentor. Right? So master black belt can provide training, coaching, counseling to black belt, green belt, other stakeholders. They play the role of a mentor. So in your projects, if you need any help with regards to, let's say, data collection, survey, data analysis, statistical analysis, so you can get in touch with the master black belt. Or in case you need any assistance in strategic level decision making. So if some strategic level decision making is happening, you would need some master black belt. Next is black belt. So first of all, they should be black belt certified, as the name suggests. And black belt should know DMAC methodology as well as DMADV methodology. They should know both. And black belt can lead multiple projects simultaneously, right? So multiple projects in multiple departments or multiple locations maybe. So they can lead or they can handle a pipeline of multiple projects, right? Simultaneously, they can do multiple projects and they should know both the methodologies. Next is team members. So team member would be anybody whom you are taking in your team, right? So generally people prefer process experts as team member, but it is not mandatory to have only process experts as team members. Sometimes we would use some trainee to, let's say, collect the data. Let's say we want to conduct a survey. So we are using trainees, interns, right? So always it may not be process expert, trainee, anybody we can use as a team member, right? So team member is going to be somebody whom we are taking in our team, right? So whether they are process expert or not. And it is observed that contribution from the team member in terms of hours is going to be higher than other stakeholders. Your champion may be spending, let's say, 2 hours every month, but team members may be spending 8 hours every day, right? So contribution with regards to hours is going to be higher for team members than other stakeholders. Now the next is green belt. So green belt can lead a project or they can work as a team member as well. Let's say the scope of the project is very wide. So if the scope is very wide, probably black belt will handle that. They will lead that project and green belt can work as a team member. If the scope is not very wide, green belt can also lead a project, right? So they can either lead it or they can work as a team member in any project. And green belt should know DMAC methodology. Green belt should also know basic statistical tools like correlation, regression, hypothesis testing. So these tools we will discuss later. And it is also recommended that green belt should handle one project at a time, right? Not too many projects. Any question till now?
Hello, sir,
Yes.
I had one question.
Mm-hmm.
So, often in manufacturing area, especially, we see that targets of production, it clashes with,
Quality?
consistency of quality. Yes. So
Right.
often it happens that the process experts or process managers, they are more focused on meeting their targets, and there are conflicts with the quality head. So,
Correct.
how can those be resolved so that there is better transparency and better cooperation between all the stakeholders?
All right. All right. So these conflicts may be there in any industry, in any project, right? So mostly these conflicts are observed and we have to take care of these conflicts. We have to resolve these conflicts with the help of maybe champion, sponsor, or the Apex Council. And for these conflicts, I'll suggest some tools. However, these tools are not there in your curriculum. One tool is balance scorecard. Balanced scorecard. It's a tool which can be used to bring a balance between these departments or different aspects of the business. Let's say productivity, quality, finance, customer satisfaction, right? So balance scorecard can be used. Then change management principles can also be followed. So later on, we will have a discussion on change management, how to address these resistance, these conflicts. Later on, we will have a discussion on it, and you can search for this balance scorecard, which can be very, very useful. You can find it online.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So on change management, we will discuss later. All right. Now the next topic is AI and Gen AI. So nowadays, the trend is that in Lean Six Sigma projects, People have started using AI models, I mean AI, ML, different types of models. People have started using it, and they have also started using Gen AI for multiple purposes. Um, let's say in your project, you want to generate your project charter, right? So let's say you are using ChatGPT to generate that project charter, right? So you can give some inputs to ChatGPT. You can tell that this is the problem, these are the goals, these are the scope. Generate a project charter, right? So Gen AI can also be helpful. Gen AI can be helpful in drafting things. Let's say project document, project charter, or it can be helpful in your analysis part as well. So let's say in analyze phase, you want to do, let's say, hypothesis testing to validate certain assumptions. So Gen AI can help you with that, right? So you don't have to be the master of statistics or mathematics. You can use these platforms like ChatGPT, Copilot, and other platforms. So Gen AI can be helpful in analysis or in drafting things. So I think I don't have to explain what is AI to you guys. You guys must be already familiar. Just few things I will highlight here. So as I believe you would also know, AI is an umbrella term, right? Under AI, there are multiple types of models. Under AI, you may have your ML models and deep learning models, and under ML model as well, there can be multiple types, right? So the core idea is for AI that it should mimic the capabilities of human intelligence, right? So these are models that can enable your machines to mimic the capabilities of human. Let's say capability of design, aesthetics, analysis, problem solving. So that is the core idea. It should mimic the capabilities of humans. How it works? So I believe everybody here would know that it works based on data and logics. Logics means algorithms, right? Algorithms are based on the logics. So these models are going to use data, reference data and the logics, and based on that data, reference data and the logics, it is going to give you some output, right? So the key components are data. So all the models are going to use some reference data, algorithms, which are going to be based on logics that we are developing, and the computing power. Right? So these are the key components. And there can be different types of AI, right? There can be ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. Anybody who can give any example for ANI? Any example for ANI? Anyone? All right. So, yep.
Ask me questions in chatbots, and also they will.
Chatbots, right. Correct. So let's say chatbot on, let's say, Swiggy, Zomato. These can be an example of ANI, artificial narrow intelligence, right? And AGI, artificial general intelligence. Example can be, let's say, in some retail firm, they have some AI model that can predict the demand. So based on certain input variables, it is predicting what is going to be the demand in certain season. Let's say in December and in Jan, what is going to be the demand for certain SKUs, right? So that will be an example for AGI. ASI, artificial superintelligence, which is still in progress, right? Differences between AI, ML, computer program. So as I said, AI is an umbrella term. Under AI, there are multiple types of models. ML is one of those models. Apart from ML, you have deep learning models as well. And under machine learning models as well, there are multiple types. Anybody who can explain about multiple types of machine learning models? Any thought? What are the types under machine learning models?
Structured learning and unstructured learning. The data kind of they exposed to will be. Is
Structured, unstructured, supervised, unsupervised?
Yes.
All right. Anybody who can explain what is supervised, what is unsupervised machine learning model?
Like in supervised machine learning models, it's something like we will train the model first, like with the previous data, already preset data we have, and we are training the model. And then model will, it's like kind of a assumption, like it will make a model, like linear model can be a regression model or by polynomial model, any logistic regression, or any type of model they make. And on the basis of that, it will give you some output. It's like a prediction. And then we will check how much the prediction is close to our real output. It's like that. Unsupervised is that when the and our machine will learn it ourselves. For example, we are working on like robots. Currently, the robots will learn on our own. Like I know, like my own sister is working on this IIT Madras on this brain tumor robotic arms, where robotic arm itself will find out the best algorithm, best path to find out the brain tumor, operate it, and come it back. So it will completely depends upon the at that point of situation the when the like this machine learning algorithms will be designed in such a way that our machine will itself at that point of will judge the what is the current situation and what the action has to be taken. That is an unsupervised. We will not supervise them. So it's like that.
All right. All right. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. So I'll also share some examples here. So for unsupervised, so unsupervised would use unlabeled data, right? We don't have to label it as this is input variable, this is output variable. We don't have to do that. It would use unlabeled data. I'll give you some specific example as well. Let's say in e-commerce, we have collected past purchase history, right? History of purchases for all the customers. And we want to do segmentation of these customers, right? Segmentation is most lucrative, least lucrative, or based on different parameters, we want to do some segmentation. So we don't have to give any labels. So unsupervised machine learning model will analyze the patterns in the buying behavior. And based on that, it will do the segmentation, right? So for segmentation, it can be very, very helpful. That is unsupervised, which is not going to use labeled data. On the other hand, supervised machine learning model would need labeled data. Labeled as in, we have to tell it which one is input variable, which is output variable. I'll give you some specific example now. Let's say in e-commerce, we want to predict what is going to be the demand for certain product category. Let's say for air conditioners, what is going to be the demand, right? For blankets, what is going to be the demand? So demand is the Y variable, output variable. So we need to tell the machine learning model that this is the output variable and the input variable is, let's say, temperature, right? The environment or the past purchase history, right? So these are the input variables. So this supervised machine learning model would use labeled data. We need to label it as this is input variable, this is output variable. And based on those variables, it will predict the output variable, right? So that will be supervised machine learning model. So these models actually, these are at the end computer programs only, right? Right? These are nothing but computer programs, sophisticated, complex computer programs only, right? Computer program may be any program. Let's say we are developing a program to just do addition, subtraction, right? That can be a computer program, but these models are the models that can mimic the intelligence of human beings, right? And these models can be used for generation of new content as well, right? That is called Gen AI, right? If you are using some AI model to generate some content, that is called Gen AI. Example can be, let's say, ChatGPT or maybe Copilot, and other platforms are also there. So what these models do, they would need the data, right? Based on the reference data, they are going to generate something. Let's say they are generating image or some text, some document they are generating, some analysis they are doing. Once you get the output, you can go for a feedback loop, right? You can give a feedback, and then with all of these things, these models get trained, right? So whatever data we give, whatever logics we give, these models will train themselves based on the inputs that we are giving, right? So that is the loop. And whenever we are generating anything with these models, there are certain considerations that we are going to discuss. So you can see here, these models will learn from the data. They can create new content, uses advanced models like ML models, deep learning models, powers many applications. Example can be chatbots, designing tools, music composition. And in these models as well, we follow the same Lean Six Sigma philosophy. Remember, we discussed about continuous improvement. That is philosophy of Six Sigma, right? See, these models also follow the same philosophy of continuous improvement. So whatever data you give to ChatGPT, it will use that data to continuous improve, right? So it also works on the same philosophy. So whenever we are generating anything with these models, we need to follow certain steps, right? However, I believe all of you must have used these models. You would also already be familiar. I'll just explain it. So here you can see in this example, our objective is that we want to write an email to thank somebody in our team. Let's say we want to thank Ankit for his contribution in some project that we have done, right? So we have to write a prompt, and maybe ChatGPT or any platform that you are using, it will draft that email, right? So that is the example here. Let me reshare my screen. So it's a very, very basic prompt, right? I believe most of you must be already familiar. So it is drafting the email for Ankit, right? So now let's discuss the steps that we need to follow. So first of all, we need to define the goal, right? These points we should remember whenever we are giving any prompt to ChatGPT or other platforms. So first we need to define the goal. So you can see here, generate a concise and appreciative email to a colleague, right? Acknowledging his a specific contribution. Right? So we have to give some goal. While giving the goal, we need to make sure that we are being very, very specific with the instructions. So our instructions should not be vague, right? So let's say we are saying that improve on this statement, right? Let's say we have we have designed some statement, some paragraph, and we are asking ChatGPT to just improve it. That will be very vague, right? So we need to specify what we want to improve. Let's say we want to improve the grammar, right? The spelling it should check, tone it should check, right? So we need to be very, very specific with our instructions. So you can see here, tone should be friendly and professional. So when we are giving the prompts, we should be very, very specific, right? For the email, what should be the tone, whether it should be friendly, over friendly, professional, formal, informal, right? So whether it should use, let's say, legal terms or not, so we should be very, very specific. Next is add some context to guide the output. So whenever we are giving any goal, we should be specific, and we need to give some context as well. So you can see here, the email is for internal communication, right? That means to our colleague, we are sending this email, right? Once you get the output, you can refine and test the prompt. So whatever output you get, you need to review it. My suggestion will be to always review it, because ChatGPT or other platforms would not know your process requirement. You will be the process experts. These models are not the process experts. So whenever you get any output from these GenAI platforms, whether it is ChatGPT or Copilot or any other platform, always review your output and go for refinement. Right? Next prompt you can give to refine it. Any question here? If there are no questions, we can go for a break. Any question, anyone?
So I think maybe in the past courses, Six Sigma might be a separate entity. Like now, we are including this AI part also into it, right?
Right. We have to do it.
Okay.
We have to do it. And people have started using it. Right? So for different tasks, let's say some manager is there. We cannot expect every manager to be, let's say, master in statistics or mathematics, right? But they have to make decisions, data-driven decisions. So for data-driven decision making, they can rely on these models. They don't need to be masters in statistics, right? They don't have to be masters in mathematics, right? They can use these models for decision making, right?
Okay.
All right. So now let's take a break. Please come back at 9:30, everyone. 9:30 Indian Standard Time. 30 minutes from now. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody's back from the break. Can we start?
Yes, Gaurav.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen again. All right. So before the break, we discussed about how GenAI can be used for our Lean Six Sigma projects. However, there are certain considerations that should be there. Right? We need to consider these things. Ethical use of AI, you can see here on this slide. So whenever we get some output from any GenAI platform, that output from any platform, I'm not talking about just one platform, from any platform, whatever output we get, sometimes this output may be biased, because any platform is going to consider some reference data. If reference data are biased, obviously output is going to be biased, right? We cannot even blame the GenAI platform, because it is going to use anyway some data, right? If the data is biased, output may be biased. So that should be considered. So as I said earlier, we need to apply our own process expertise as well whenever we are getting any output. Next is hallucination. So whatever you ask your GenAI platform, it will give some output, right? So generally it does not say that I don't know, right? So whatever limited information it has, with that limited information, it is going to give some output. So whether that output is correct or not correct, we need to check that, right? So it can give you some output and it can say that it is correct output. Still, it may or may not be correct. So we need to check that as a process expert. Next is privacy and confidentiality. So whenever we are getting any output, that output will be based on the input that we are providing. So we may be giving our sensitive data to these platforms. So there may be this security concern, data security concern may be there. So we need to address that as well. So because of privacy concern, some organizations would not use it, right? So they would not give data to these platforms because of the security concerns, data security, right? So these are also some considerations that we have to take care of whenever we are using GenAI platforms. And later on, once you have the LMS access, we will be using GenAI platforms for specific tasks, like let's say for project charter creation, for let's say uh, questionnaire designing. We will be using GenAI platform once you have the LMS access. So there are quiz as well in your presentation that you have already. So these quiz are for your self-evaluation. So you can attempt these quiz. You just need to scan these QR codes. And I will also be conducting some quiz from my side, but the format will be different. So every day I'll be conducting some quiz. This is for you. You can attempt it. So once you finish this quiz, you will get the correct answers. Now we are going to start with the first phase of DMAC approach, which is define phase. And as we discussed earlier, in define phase, the objective is to obviously define everything regarding the project. So we need to define the problem that we are addressing, right? We are defining the customer that we are concerned with. We are defining the goal. We are defining the team, timelines. Everything needs to be defined in define phase. And the deliverable of define phase is a project charter. So by the end of define phase, we need to deliver it. We need to deliver a project charter by the end of define phase, right? Every phase has certain objectives, certain deliverables. Now let's start with define phase. So in define phase, we have these topics: customer and their voices, VOC, and the CTQ. These are the topics that we are going to start with today. And probably this much we'll be able to cover today, and project charter and process mapping will be able to complete tomorrow. So now let's start with the first topic, customer and their voice. So VOC stands for voice of the customer. So voice of the customer is statement given by the customer or the feedback or verbatim given by the customer. Let's say some participant here says the pace of the training is too fast or too slow. That will be VOC for me, right? So feedback given by the customer is called VOC, right? And the feedback will be a statement or a verbatim. Before we can collect feedback from the customer, we need to understand from whom we need to collect it, right? So whether it should be our internal customer or external customer. I'll give you some example for this. Let's say you are doing a project to reduce attrition percentage. You want to reduce attrition in your organization. So for that, will you collect your feedback from external customer or internal customer?
Internal.
Internal customers, correct. So you will talk to your internal employees as why they are not satisfied in their current role, right? So you will consider internal customers to collect your VOC. Right? So depending upon the problem that we are going to fix, we have to decide whether we need to collect feedback or VOCs from internal or external customers. Right? So our approach should be outside in. So whenever we are reviewing our processes or the products, we need to consider customer's perspective, right? We have to put ourselves in customer shoes and think like a customer only whenever we are reviewing our processes, right? Approach should be outside in. And to collect the VOCs, there are certain methods we can consider. So you can see some methods are given here. For deep engagement, you can see here, we can do interviews, we can do focus group interview. A focus group interview is when we are doing a detailed interview with some, let's say, subject matter experts. Let's say we are working in some e-commerce company and we are doing focus group interview with, let's say, Kunal Bahel and Rohit Bansal, right? So we are doing a focus group interview for deep engagement. Next is feedback, right? So for feedback, it may be online survey, offline survey, telephonic survey, right? We can send a questionnaire through email, right? Then lightweight insights. For lightweight insights, let's say Swiggy is launching some new service and they are uh, running a poll on their social media post, right? So yes or no poll, right? Liked it, did not like it. So those polls are lightweight insights. Next is passive insight. So sometimes what happens, we we don't do any efforts to collect the VOC. Automatically we get the VOCs, right? For example, let's say um, in Indigo or Air India, they are getting customer calls, right? In their call centers, they are getting calls from customers. They are highlighting some flaws or problems, right? So they don't have to actively collect the VOC. Customers are giving or sharing their VOCs. So it may be a passive insight as well, right? And for passive insight, it may be internal polls as it may be internal poll, it may be online uh, feedback that you are getting. Let's say uh, on the social media page of Swiggy or Zomato, they would get their feedback. That will be passive insight, right? And whenever we are collecting VOCs through any of these channels, there must be some considerations. there are certain considerations. Let's discuss these considerations. So first one is be aware of the biases. Whenever we are collecting our VOC, we need to make sure that the respondent is not biased and we are also not biased. We are not asking some biased question. Example for biased question will be leading question. Leading questions are the questions that can lead your respondent to respond in a certain way. Best example for leading questions can be questions that are asked in TV debates. In TV debates on news channels, they would ask leading questions because they would want specific kind of answer, right? So any bias should not be there. Otherwise, people will ask leading questions in the survey. Bias should not be there. Next is we need to evaluate the constraints. So constraint may be, let's say, time, budget. Let's say we don't have sufficient time and budget. So in that case, possibly you would not go for face-to-face interview with the customers, offline interviews with the customer. Probably in that case, if time and budget is not available, you would design a questionnaire and then you would send that questionnaire through email. So constraint should also be considered. Another constraint is level of certainty we need. Another consideration is it is not actually a constraint, it's a consideration only. So level of certainty we need to consider. So certainty is what level of certainty we need from our analysis. Let's say through our analysis we are saying that certain feature will be liked by our customers. So with that analysis, how much certainty we want? In statistical language, it is called as level of confidence or confidence level. So with any analysis, how much confidence you want? Let's say you want 90% confidence level from your analysis, 95% confidence level, 99% confidence level. In statistical analysis, we need to define these confidence level. Later on, we will have a detailed discussion on it. During analyze phase, we will discuss it. So constraint should be considered. Next is whenever we are collecting the VOC, we cannot just indiscriminately act upon each and every VOC, right? So we cannot do whatever the customer is asking us to do because that will be a state of chaos. So some customer says do this, do that. We will just keep on changing our processes every day. So we have to sometimes align the expectations. Customers can expect anything, but we cannot do everything, right? Sometimes client may also expect something which is unrealistic. Sometimes they give unrealistic targets. So we have to align their expectations. We need to educate our customers sometime to align their expectations with our intentions, right? In any business, you would want your business to position in the market in specific way, right? You would want to be known in specific way. Right? I'll give you some example. Let's say there is a South Indian restaurant. There is a restaurant which is known to be authentic South Indian restaurant. If let's say in that restaurant, there is a customer who is willing to order, let's say, Chinese cuisine. Customer is asking for some Chinese dish. So even if the customers are asking for it, if this restaurant has decided to be known or to position itself as an authentic South Indian restaurant, they would not include other cuisines, other dishes, right? So sometimes they will have to educate their customers that they serve only South Indian South Indian dishes. So I'm giving you this example from my own experience. So once I was there in Connaught Place, Delhi, there is a restaurant called, I believe, Sarvana Bhavan. So there was a lady, she was asking for momo chutney with dosa. right? And she wanted to order some Chinese dishes as well. So the waiter had to explain to this lady, right? So he explained that they were known to be a South Indian restaurant, and they didn't serve any other kind of dishes. So sometimes we have to align the expectation through educating our customers, right? So we cannot just do whatever our customer is saying. Sometimes we have to align their expectations. Any question here, anyone? I'll give you another example here. Let's say you want to purchase iPhone 17. Would you expect that they are going to give you a charger with phone? No, right? You would not expect that they are going to give you a charger, because they have already set expectations through different communication channels. They have already communicated the same to their uh, potential customers. They have already educated their customers that charger will not be given along with the phone, right? Now let's move forward. All right, so we need to collect the VOCs. However, sometimes there may be a question that uh, whom to consider, right? First bifurcation we discussed based on internal and external. Sometimes we have to do further bifurcation, a detailed bifurcation of whom to consider to collect VOCs, right? Whom to consider, whom not to consider. So that can be done with the help of VNGC strategy. So VNGC stands for vital to engage, necessary to engage, good to engage, and courtesy to include. In all the projects, it may not be used. VNGC strategy is mainly used for software development related to projects. Software development. Let's say we are developing some ERP for our client. So for ERP, we need to take feedback from different stakeholders. Let's say the user. Let's say there are certain operators or executives who are going to use that ERP. So those users are vital to engage, right? So we need to take VOC from them. All right. So the vital to engage are stakeholders that should be included, right? We need to collect VOC from these vital stakeholders. It may be internal stakeholder or external stakeholder. We need to include them. So the user of ERP is vital, right? Or let's say in our organization, we are doing some changes in our processes. So the people who are going to be impacted by that change, those people will be vital to engage. Some specific example I will give you. Let's say in your organization, your top management is planning to impose some uh, penalty program, right? So they are planning some penalty program. So somebody who is going to be impacted, those people should be considered, right? Next is necessary to engage. So let's say for ERP example, users or the operators are vital to engage. Let's say the quality team is going to evaluate the work done by the operators. So there is a quality team who is going to do the audits. So if operators are working on certain ERP, certain system, quality team should also know what are the systems. So they are necessary to engage, right? We need to take feedback from that quality team as well. Next is good to engage. Let's say you are going to invest in certain ERP. So you would want to engage your, let's say, top management. They should also know that you are doing some intervention, right? And for your ERP, you may need some budget as well. So for that, The top management is good to engage, right? You can engage them. Next is courtesy to include. So courtesy to include, this category is the category which is not going to be impacted too much, but you are just for the courtesy, you are including them. Let's say you're investor, you are implementing some ERP internally, but you are just informing your client that we are going to do this transition from this ERP to that ERP. So that is courtesy to include, and you can ask their feedback, right? So this VNGC strategy can also be used to identify with uh, what type of customer we need to collect VOC. Any question here, anyone? So whatever strategy, whatever tools we are discussing, in every project, it is not mandatory that we have to use these tools. Based on the requirement, you will decide whether to use it or not, right? So if there is requirement, you will use it, otherwise you will not use it. So in manufacturing, what I observe, people generally don't use VNGC strategy, right? Basically, in software development, generally they use it. All right. So by following these methods, we can collect our VOCs. Let's say we have collected our VOCs and there are too many VOCs. Let's say we are collecting VOCs for, let's say, Amazon, and there are thousands of VOCs. If we have thousands of VOCs or feedbacks given by customers, we cannot act upon each and every feedback individually. So in that case, we will have to pick and choose. We will have to pick and choose the VOCs that we want to work upon. We will have to do further analysis of those VOCs. And for the analysis, we are going to discuss two tools. So affinity diagram and Kano model. These two tools we can use for analyzing all the VOCs. So you can see here, if there are more than 10 VOCs, let's say too many VOCs are there, thousands of VOCs are there. In that case, we would need affinity diagram. Otherwise, we can just use Kano model. Affinity diagram is used to understand the specific need of the customer from the VOCs. Specific need is, from that VOC, we need to understand what the customer wants. I'll give you one example for this. Let's say you have called some customer care number, and after the call is done, you are sharing a feedback. So in the feedback, let's say in the feedback, you are writing agent took forever to resolve my issue. What is the specific need of the customer here? What the
Quick
customer wants?
resolution.
Quick resolution, correct. So specific need is quick resolution, right? So by using affinity diagram, we get to know what is the specific need of the customer. We will discuss it in detail further. So to understand the specific need, we use affinity diagram. Then Kano model is used to prioritize these needs. Let's say there are 100 specific needs that we have identified. We cannot fulfill all the specific needs in any project. Let's say we want to close our project in 3 months. We cannot fulfill 100 specific needs. So we have to do the prioritization. Kano model is used for prioritization. Let's discuss these two tools in detail. So first one is affinity diagram or affinity chart. Affinity chart or diagram is used to understand the specific need of the customer. So in this activity, what happens? We ask our participants to write all the VOCs. In the brainstorming session, we would ask our participants to write all the VOCs, let's say on sticky notes, or you can use Excel as well. Either you can use whiteboard and sticky notes, or you can use Excel. So in Excel, in one column, you can ask your participants to write down all the VOCs. Then you will ask them to go through all the VOCs. When they go through all the VOCs, they can understand, they can identify what is the specific need of the customer, what the customer wants. Whatever specific need they identify, that becomes the header of the affinity diagram. And under those headers, they can arrange all the relevant VOCs. So in this activity, we need to go through all the VOCs, and then we need to identify the specific needs of the customer. Those specific needs become the header of the affinity diagram. Under those headers, we can arrange all the relevant VOCs. Right. So for the previous example, where customer is saying, I had to stay on the call for eternity, forever. So specific need is quick resolution. So in this example, you can see, so let's discuss these example. First one. So let's say when we are going through the VOCs are system access and tools were not ready on day one. Let's say we are doing a survey with newly hired executives. So they are saying system access and tools were not ready on day one. HR should notify us in advance for hardware provisioning. We need access to onboarding dashboard for visibility. So when you go through these VOCs, you would understand that the requirement is regarding system and tool readiness. This is the specific need of the customer, right? So in this activity, we go through all the VOCs, and by going through the VOCs, we understand what is the specific need. Specific need becomes the header. Under those headers, we can arrange all the relevant VOCs. So by using affinity diagram, what we are doing, we are arranging all the VOCs into categories. We are categorizing all the VOCs in the broad categories of specific needs. And there can be a lot of specific needs. Let's say there are 10, 15, 20 specific needs, and we cannot fulfill all the needs. So further, we need prioritization, right? And for prioritization, we can use Kano model. Let's discuss Kano model now. So Kano model is used for the prioritization of specific need. And with the help of Kano model, we can categorize all the specific needs into these three categories. So the categories are must be need, more the better, and delighters. So we need to analyze, we need to go through all the specific needs, and we need to understand what all specific needs are must be need, more the better, and delighter. Must be need is the bare minimum we have to do for the customer. This is the minimum expectation of the customer. We have to fulfill it. Right? Let's say you have enrolled for this program. Your must be need is that session need to happen every day, right? There should be sessions, right? It should not happen that you have opted for live session and we are sharing the recorded videos, right? So this is the must be need. Right? So must be need is the bare minimum customer is expecting. We have to fulfill must be need. More the better is when we are providing it more, customer is more happy, more satisfied. Right? Let's say when I'm sharing more examples, it is better for you. Right? Next is delighter. Delighter is something that customers are not expecting, but if in case we give it, customer will be delighted. It creates a wow factor and the customer is delighted. I'll give you some hypothetical example here. Let's say after this session, you want to go out for dinner. Let's say you are going out to some market. In that market, there is a new restaurant. When you look at the board outside, it seems to be a good or decent restaurant. So in that case, what will be your must be need? If you are going to eat somewhere, what will be your must be need? Probably you would want this place to be clean, right? And hygienic. It should be a clean and hygienic place. That may be your must be need, right? So let's say first scenario, when you enter the restaurant, you see that tables are dirty, utensils are dirty, flies are everywhere. That means your must be need is not fulfilled. So that in that case, you would not place any order. It is critical, right? Critical for the customer. So whatever is must be need, we need to prioritize that. Second scenario, let's say when you enter the restaurant from inside as well, it is fine. Then you are ordering your food. When you taste the food, if the taste is just okay, you'll be just satisfied. If the taste is good, you will be more satisfied. If the taste is excellent, you'll be even more satisfied. It may be true for the portion as well for certain customers, not for everyone. For certain customers, portion may be more the better. Next is delighter. So third scenario, let's say when you are done with your food, waiter comes with the bill, and along with the bill, waiter has also brought, let's say, complimentary drink or dessert. When you look at the bill, you see that they are giving you 60% discount on the total amount. So these things that you may not be expecting, these things can create a wow factor. It can delight a customer. So delighter is something that the customer is not expecting, but we are doing it for the customer. Once we do the categorization, after that we can do the prioritization. And I believe everybody would prioritize must be need. Must be need must be fulfilled first, and then we can think of more the better or delighters. Any question here?
A quick query. Is it like using the affinity diagram? Is it like we are doing just to remove the redundant VOCs?
Redundant VOCs you can remove
Means
at the same time.
which are
High
repetitive
level,
means.
right? That is true. Redundant VOCs you are removing. At the same time, you are doing high level categorization based on specific need of the customer.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And further categorization will be done with the help of Kano model so that we can decide which specific need to fulfill. Right? So this is for prioritization. Let's discuss some example as well. So here you can see the verbatim VOC. VOC, first one is system access and tool were not ready on day one. Specific need is customer needs access to system on day one. And CTQ stand for critical to quality. CTQ stand for critical to quality, and we need to define critical to quality because VOCs cannot be measured. VOCs are just verbatim or statements. Statements cannot be measured, and it is said that if you cannot measure something, you cannot manage it. Right? So we need to convert our VOCs into measurable parameters. So let's say customer satisfaction. So satisfaction is a qualitative term. So for that, we need to define some CTQ, and that CTQ may be CSAT percentage. Right? So CTQ is the parameter by which we are measuring whether we are meeting the specific need, fulfilling the specific need or not. So we need to convert our VOCs into CTQs. So VOC is system access not granted, not ready on day one. Specific need is employees would need access to the system on day one. Now, how to measure it? To measure it, we need to define some parameter, and that parameter will be percentage, right? Percentage of new employees that receive access on day one. Right? So whatever parameter we are using to measure our problem or to measure whether we are fulfilling the specific need or not, that parameter is called CTQ. In every project, we need to define some parameter that we are going to improve. Let's say in some project we are reducing turnaround time. In some project we are increasing accuracy. In some project we are reducing error percentage. So in every project, there must be some parameter. That parameter is called CTQ, critical to quality parameter. In some projects, you would have to collect VOC. In some projects, you will not have to collect VOC. I'll give you some scenario. Let's say in your team, attrition is very high. So your boss is saying you need to take care of attrition. You don't need to collect VOC for that. Boss is saying control your attrition percentage, CTQ, right? So in some projects, you will have your CTQ in hand. In some projects, you may have to collect the VOCs proactively, right? Another example, let's say your client is saying that in the last 6 months, you have not met the target for accuracy. Do something about it. So client is saying, work on accuracy percentage. That is your CTQ, right? So whatever parameter you are going to improve on in your project, that is your CTQ. Any question here?
How to define or like put a number to CTQ?
Okay, how to put a number? So whenever you understand the specific need, you will be able to define the number. You will be able to define the parameter. Let's say for satisfaction, right? We are collecting our data for satisfaction score. Let's say 1 through 10 scale we are using, and then 9 and 10 we are considering as CSAT, and we are calculating the percentage of CSAT. For every specific need, we need to understand what type of data can be collected. With that data, we can define what is the CTQ.
Got it.
Now let's discuss some more examples. I'll use some more examples from some other presentation. It will take just one minute. So here we have certain VOCs, and now we are going to discuss what should be the CTQ for these VOCs. So always remember, CTQ is how we are going to measure whether we are fulfilling the specific need or not, right? So first VOC is deliver me product faster, and the target for delivery time is 30 minutes. What would you measure in this case? Whatever we are going to measure, that is our CTQ.
Delivery time.
On time delivery.
Delivery time. Mean delivery time. TAT or delivery time. TAT is generalized parameter. So mean delivery time can be measured. That is our CTQ. So whatever you are going to measure, that is the CTQ. And whenever there is some target, whenever there is a target, you can also check, or you can also measure what is the percentage of deliveries done within the target, outside the target, percentage of, let's say, on-time delivery, or maybe not on-time deliveries, right? So percentage of on-time or not on-time deliveries can be measured, right? So for one VOC, there can be multiple CTQs. Whichever is most relevant, you will take that one. Any question till now? All right. So whichever is most relevant, you will take that one. I'll give you one example for this one. Let's say for Domino's. For Domino's, we are concerned about deliveries. Deliveries are being late, right? So we are evaluating the performance of our teams. Let's say there are two teams, Team A, Team B. So for delivery time, as we discussed, two CTQs may be there, right? Mean delivery time or percentage of on-time delivery or not on-time delivery. Let's say for delivery team A, when we check the process curve. So let's say target is 30 minutes. So for Domino's, they need to deliver in 30 minutes. So for team A, let's say mean is only 20 minutes. Mean is only 20 minutes. For team B, let's say mean is very high. Mean is very high, let's say 25 minutes. Mean is 25 minutes. However, all the deliveries are done within 30 minutes. So mean is just one parameter, right? In some cases, it may be relevant. In some cases, other CTQ may be relevant, right? So here in this case, we cannot just do the comparison based on mean, right? Mean delivery time. So other CTQ, percentage of on-time delivery, percentage of not on-time delivery can also be considered, right? So this team A is not very good. It is not doing good in terms of percentage of on-time delivery, right? So a lot of deliveries are late. So whichever parameter is relevant to you as per your business requirement, you will take that as CTQ, right? For one VOC, there can be multiple CTQs. Whichever is relevant for you, you will take that. Now, next one is newly built multiplex is empty. What would you measure?
Filled seats.
Occupancy. Occupancy rate, correct? Occupancy rate. Some people would call it footfall. Some people call it walk-ins, right? So this is how we are going to measure. So CTQ is something by which we can measure whether we are fulfilling the specific need or not. In other words, CTQ is some parameter by which we can measure whether our problem is a big problem or a small problem. Next is response to the query should be faster. How would you measure it?
Here we will have to first define that, how fast we need the response. And then based upon that, we can define the CTQ that will be like how much response has been done on time and delayed response likewise.
Correct. So if there is a target, you can measure what is the percentage of within the target or beyond target, or you can measure the turnaround time as well, mean turnaround time, right? Both, whichever is relevant, you will take that one. Next is document filled incorrectly. What would you measure?
Accuracy.
Accuracy percentage or maybe error percentage, right? So whichever is relevant for your business, you will take that one. Next is deliver me the pizza hot. I received cold pizza. This one is a little bit tricky. So for this one, always remember, CTQ is how you are going to measure the problem. Don't think about the causes. Don't think about the solutions. Or just remember, we have to measure the problem. What will be the CTQ?
Feedback from customers.
Feedback from the customer.
Transportation.
Yes. Quality.
Okay.
Time between preparation and delivery.
Okay. Time, transportation, quality of the packaging, maybe the causes, right? So here we are just concerned with how to measure the problem. Causes are for analyze phase, right? So we will discuss the causes in analyze phase. Here we just want to measure how big the problem is, right? Whether it is a big problem or a small problem. So problem is complaints, right? As one of you suggested, percentage of complaints, feedback, percentage of complaint in specific category. So whenever we raise a complaint on Swiggy or Zomato, they would ask whether this complaint is regarding quality of the food, temperature of the food, delivery guy's behavior. And for that category, they calculate percentage of complaint against total orders. That is their CTQ. So percentage of complaint can be the CTQ for this one. Now the next one is operator took a lot of time to complete the activity. What would you measure?
Response rate.
Mean response rate, mean completion time, or maybe turnaround time. Turnaround time is a generalized term, right? Mean turnaround time, mean TAT.
Average cycle time.
All right, average cycle time, correct. Next is we could not process the loan document within the time promised to the customer. And the target is 24 hours. What would you measure?
Mean TAT again.
Processing time.
Mean TAT, correct. Mean turnaround time or mean processing time, average processing time.
Main delivery time. Will it be?
Here it is processing time.
Okay. Okay.
Loan application form submitted by officer has too many errors. What would you measure?
Accuracy percentage.
Accuracy.
Accuracy percentage or maybe
error
percentage. Whichever is relevant for you, you will take that. Any question here?
Yeah, I have a question. Like in the first case, we have determined the benchmark, that is the 30 minute, and on that basis, we are going to decide whether the deliveries were on time or it was delayed. Likewise, in another cases, like documents filled incorrectly, and another cases, here there is no benchmark. So even if we arrive on that, what is the accuracy percentage or what is the complaints percentage, whatever. So how do we know that whether we are in the still whether we are in the correct thing or not? Because there is no
Right.
benchmark specific. So we should
Correct,
calculate
correct.
the
So here,
benchmark first.
all right. So here, this is just an example for benchmark. So here benchmarks, since we cannot standardize the benchmark across the industries, that's why benchmarks have not been added here. But obviously, yes, you are correct. Benchmark should be there. For every CTQ, there must be some target, right? That should also be there. Target should be there, right? For every CTQ, target will be there, right? Let's say for accuracy, target is 95%, right? Target should also be there. Any other question, anyone?
Correct.
Are CTQs and KPIs the same?
Okay, that's a good question. So CTQ is project specific. Actually, these are same. Parameters may be same, but we call it CTQ when we are doing a project. In daily operations, we call them KPIs, key performance indicators. These are just parameters, performance parameters, but for projects, we call them CTQs. In day-to-day lives, in daily operations, we call them KPIs. So one of your KPIs will be your CTQ for the project. Right? CTQ will come from your KPIs in most of the cases. Any further question, anyone? All right, so here now we are going to do one activity. In this activity, I'm going to create some breakout rooms. In those breakout rooms, you can discuss with your team and you need to define, you need to recall your customer complaints, your VOCs that you get from your internal customers, external customers, from any industry. You can take any industry. From any industry, you need to take 5 VOCs, and for those 5 VOCs, you need to define the CTQs. Right? So I'm going to create some breakout rooms. Around 4 breakout rooms I will create. In those breakout rooms, you can discuss with your group members, and you need to define 5 VOCs, and for those 5 VOCs, 5 CTQs. I'm going to create these breakout rooms now. And for this activity, you have 15 minutes to complete it. So all the rooms are open. Please join your breakout rooms. I'm enabling screen sharing as well. So one of you can share the screen and rest of you can give the suggestions. Please join everyone. You have 15 minutes to complete it. Everybody, please join your breakout rooms. Room 2, I believe you guys are done. Is it done?
Yes, we have
Yes, sir.
All
we
right.
have
So
completed.
let's wait for other rooms as well. They will join within 1 minute and then we will discuss.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Okay.
All right. So I hope all the groups are done. Can we start with room number 1?
Bharat,
All right. So who wants to explain? In room number 1, we have
Bharat,
Bharatwan, Iman,
um, Bharat, can
Pragman.
you just quickly
Bharat
take us
has
through
the
the five
Excel.
VOCs,
Can you
please?
share?
So one of you can share your screen.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So these are the 5 VOCs which our team discussed, and I'll just give a brief outline of it, and maybe the other people can join in. First VOC is OTD percentage, which is similar to our previous example, on-time delivery. So we are using a CTQ like yield percentage or
Bharat,
LRI.
CTQ will be OTD percentage. That's not yield. I think we were discussing yield for the second one. Yeah, thanks.
So OTD percentage itself is a CTQ.
OTD percentage is a CTQ. VOC is delivery getting delayed.
Delayed
Yeah.
deliveries, right?
Hmm.
Let's say client is saying आपका सामान कभी time से नहीं आता.
Right.
Your deliveries are always late.
Right.
The second one is higher yield, right? So yield percentage we can measure and monitor. That is the CTQ. Next
Right.
is unavailability of parts. So deficiency rate or availability percentage. Availability percentage. All right, that will be the CTQ. Unavailability of machines. So uptime, okay, uptime can be the CTQ or downtime can also be CTQ. Whatever is more relevant for you, you will measure that. Uptime or downtime, both. Next is cost effective supplies from vendors. Cost effective supplies. Annual cost discounts.
So maybe it can be categorized like number of cost reductions they are giving per year.
Are you talking about the markdowns?
Like discounts when
Discounts.
during supply is in mass production, to select which vendor gives a better supply effective thing, then we can see how many discounts they are giving in each year.
All right. Percentage of discount can also be CTQ. Correct. All right. Thank you for sharing it. Group 1. Group 2.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, yep. You can share your screen.
Yeah, Gaurav. Kumar here. Gaurav, sorry, actually, I have noted down on the paper actually.
Okay, fine. You can just
I
explain.
have
right? One
Yeah,
VOC,
okay.
one
So
CTQ,
the
like that.
first, yeah, okay. So the first one, the VOC delivery delay, it is the same as same like group one. So it is delivery delay, and the CTQ will be on time delivery percentage. So that is
All
the
right.
same. The second thing, the voice of customer is quotation errors. Okay, so many a times the complaints would be like the quotations are coming incorrect, the quantity, the rate, or the specifications are incorrect. So the CTQ will be the accuracy percentage.
All right. Accuracy percentage
Okay.
or rework percentage can be the CTQ. Yes.
Yeah. And then there is another one, production output. So this production output maybe we can consider as an internal VOC from the management side, because the management would give the targets to the production team that this much output they need to produce in a year or in a month. Correct? So the CTQ can be output percentage for that.
Output percentage. Are you saying output divided by target? That percentage
Yeah, correct.
against the
Yeah,
target.
correct.
Correct.
So
Correct. That will be correct.
yeah, against the target. Yeah.
All right.
Then comes the product quality. So the product qualities are not good. So in that case, the CTQ would be that how many product quality, what is the percentage of product quality is bad. Okay, so that can be the CTQ. Okay,
All right. So
and then
from
the
your
last
quality
one is
report, you will
the
get that percentage, right?
yeah, yes,
All
yes.
right.
So
All right.
the quality team can say that what are the number of products is into not comprising with the quality.
Correct.
Okay, so we can get. Then comes the customer service. So in customer service, like we can consider as a turnaround time, basically. So that is turnaround time we can consider in customer service.
Okay. So in customer service, there can be different types of VOCs, right? If the
Yeah.
VOCs
So
are regarding, let's say, a lot of time we are taking, so depending upon that, we will select the CTQ.
So customer service, we mean to say that time is taken more for the resolution.
All
So
right.
the CTQ will be time.
Turnaround time. Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
For customer service, it could be satisfied or not satisfied.
Satisfaction as well. CSAT or maybe NPS. All right.
NPS. What do you mean by NPS? Sorry?
Okay. Net Promoter Score. NPS stands for Net Promoter
Okay.
Score. It is similar to CSAT only. So we would ask our customers or stakeholder to rate their experience on the scale of, let's say, 1 through 10. And we will consider 9 and 10 as promoters. Promoter or CSAT.
Okay.
Right. All right. Thank you, room number 2, for sharing your thoughts. Room number 3.
Hi, Gaurav sir. We chose the automobile industry for identifying the VOCs, and we have identified delay in services, okay, which can be attributed to CTQs like turnaround time and vehicle means this one is intake to assignment means when it is assigned to someone, how much time is that specific person taking. We can take this as a CTQ data. And completion rate, on-time job completion rate can also act as a very important factor here, I believe.
Correct. Yes.
The next one is poor quality of service. So this one for the CTQs, we have complaint percentage. So the number of people who are undergoing the service, how many of them are complaining, what percentage. And rework rate also is an important factor that we can consider here. And we can also check for the compliance as per the technical qualification and training is concerned for the service person who is delivering the service. Okay. These are the 3
So
points.
that will be the solution part.
Third, okay. Okay, sir. Third one is availability of spare parts. Okay. So for this one, we have we were discussing the CTQs, but average availability percentage. So percentage of spare
Availability
part
of
that is
spare parts means percentage. Yes, Amar, availability of spare parts as a percentage count that we took as a CTQ.
Yes.
All right.
That one.
And
also
for
the time.
Yeah.
Average
one more
time
thing
required
was
for uncommon parts.
All right. So percentage of instances where parts are not available,
Yes.
not available or available, both can be your CTQs.
Yes.
Yes.
All
And
right.
for automobile sector, for their services,
Mhm.
we also took one was the delivery of cars. For example, the delivery of vehicles. So in that case, also the percentage can be a CTQ. That
Lead time. Lead time can be the
lead
CTQ.
time means the customers are
Correct.
complaining that they're getting the delivery very late.
All
In
right.
that case.
Yes.
Correct. Correct. Lead time can be the
Okay.
CTQ.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for
And
sharing it. Yeah.
yes, we also have another for quality of the car,
All right.
roadworthiness. So this one we can take the deviation from claim/service percentage deviation. Sorry, this is number of non-periodic maintenance.
Number of
For vehicle.
non-periodic maintenance. For which
Yes.
CTQ? Sorry, for which
This is for
VOC?
quality of car.
Quality of the car. Can you please repeat the CTQ?
Yeah, it's quality of the car. What we mean to say is that uh, after purchasing, maybe it is breaking down. The quality of the vehicle itself
Okay.
is a problem, or maybe a manufacturing defect.
Breakdowns.
Yeah, breakdowns.
Okay. That can
Yeah,
be your number of breakdowns can be your CTQ. Yes.
Yeah, so we actually tried to mention here the number of non-periodic maintenance because periodic maintenance are common to all cars, whether it
Correct.
is
Correct.
breaking down or not. Okay.
It's correct.
So
Yes.
non-periodic, yeah. So
Correct. That's
non-periodic
correct.
maintenance, that is what we mentioned in the CTQs.
CTQ.
So
All right. Thank you
Adding
for
to
sharing that. Yes.
adding to that, we can also say that the breakdown percentage. Can we
Correct.
mention it as a CTQ, right?
Correct. Correct.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for sharing it. Room number 4. So who wants to share from room number 4? You can share your screen if you want. So in room number
From room number 4. I don't know if it's 4 or 5.
So in room number 4 we have Abhiram.
Yeah, it is
admin.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Konjiko. Yeah.
So Gaurav, there are a few we discussed, out of which let me share my screen.
Sure.
Let me know if you're able to see.
Yes, it is visible now.
These are a few we discussed. So the VOCs, like longer report completion time. You know, in our applications, there are some reports which take very longer. This is something that usually we hear from our cross-functional team. So can the CTQ be quick turnaround time?
Correct. Correct. That's correct.
And one of us mentioned missing items in the list, accuracy being the CTQ.
Correct.
And somebody mentioned not happy with the salary. It's an internal thing. And we are a little doubtful on this CTQ, which is average market salary. Can that be a measure?
Our salary should be the CTQ. Our median salary or mean salary for specific position.
Or maybe percentage of resignation
or it may be a comparison.
attrition.
No, that will be the cause. Attrition will be the cause. I mean, that will be the result of low salary. But here we are not considering causes or the impact.
Right.
Here it is just how to measure this problem.
Measure.
Right?
Okay.
So, not happy with salary. Now, to measure whether they are happy or not, what would you do? Either you can conduct a survey, right? So
Okay.
either you can conduct a survey and then you can check their happiness level, right? You can ask them to rate the salary on the scale of 1 through 10, and then you can take that NPS score, CSAT score. That can be one CTQ. Another CTQ can be comparison between salary in your organization against market standard.
Yeah.
So your salary divided by market standard. So
Okay.
both can be the CTQs. And whichever is relevant, you will take that. So next one.
Next is rejection of submissions. We termed it as error percentage for CTQs.
All right, error percentage or maybe rejection percentage. Both can
Okay.
be your CTQs.
Okay. And then defective products delivered to customers, accuracy and error percentage again.
Correct.
And increase inventory during month end, production to sales ratio.
It's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Thank you for sharing it.
thank
All
you.
right. So, any question, anyone?
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yes, you can ask.
Like,
Yes.
it's not from this part. It's like when you are discussing about that movement, that landing gear mechanism, when you say this must be a very high sigma process, and right. But I have the thing is that in production and manufacturing, maybe the thing is that one part passes through so many of the processes, and let's say one process can be of 2.5 sigma, one process can be of 3.5 sigma, one process can be of 4.5 4 sigma.
Correct.
So if I want to check what will be the final sigma of my overall, so whether it be a bottleneck or it will be the like it's kind of a probability, I want to multiply all of the sigma levels.
All right. So you don't have to multiply for it. So at every step, there may be some errors, right? So
Yeah.
let's say for manufacturing, let's take an example for the shirt, right? So for shirt, first of all, we get some, let's say, fabric. We do the inspection for fabric. So when we do inspection for fabric, there may be some errors. There may be some defects, right? Let's say there are holes in the fabric, there are smudges, spots are there. So there are some defects, errors. Now let's say they are doing cutting for those fabric rolls. They are making cut panels for the shirt. Let's say for collar, for cuff, they are doing cutting for the panels. After cutting, again they will do the inspection. During the inspection, they will identify how many errors, how many defects are there. Right? Let's say cut panel is not proper. Measurement for the cut panel for collar is not good. Now let's say after cutting, they are doing stitching, right? Sewing is being done. So when they are doing sewing, so during stitching, again, there are some errors. Let's say in some shirts, buttons are missing, cards are missing, there are open seams, there are loose threads. So these are again defects. So when you count these defects, you can calculate DPMO, defects per million opportunities. And based on DPMO, we will determine what is the sigma level. And the full process we will discuss during measure phase. Right? For different processes, we need to understand what are the defects, errors, and then we can calculate final DPMO, and then sigma level can be determined for the product. For the entire manufacturing process, we can calculate it. But that will be for process, manufacturing process, not for the product, not for the organization as well. For a process, we determine what is the sigma level. Any further question, anyone? All right, so we are done with the today's topics. I'm not going to start with the new topic because I won't be able to complete it within this much time. So this is it for today. Tomorrow we are going to discuss project charter. That is the first topic for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start same time, and we will be completing our define phase tomorrow. All right. So if there are no questions, we are good to wrap up today's session, and tomorrow we will start same time.
I have a question.
Yes, Yes.
Yeah. So in this session, I missed a little starting. So will there be any recorded?
Correct. Recordings will be shared by the coordinator. You will get the recordings. Yes.
Will I get it before the session tomorrow? Or?
So probably you will get the recorded sessions by Monday.
All right.
All right. All right. Thank you everyone for your active participation. Tomorrow we will start same time.
One more
Sorry,
thing.
I had one doubt.
Some of us have not received our
Thank you.
and for tomorrow also, if you can ask them to arrange it. For
Right.
today's
So for that, I have already communicated with the course coordinator. They will share it.
All right. Thank you.
It will be shared. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.